Alright. I have not opened this game yet. So, I do not have anything really set up, done, whatever, actually prepared. So, I'm gonna go through that process now. First time setup allows you to adjust your setting to match your setup. You can adjust any of these settings later by selecting the options menu. Okay. Brightness. I'm not gonna mess with the brightness. I think I'm actually just gonna leave it here because on this monitor, like, no matter what I set this to, it just doesn't seem to be accurate, so I'm just gonna leave it at 50. Sound effects volume, car music volume, subtitles, Cantonese, no, just one. Car music volume. You know, they have car music volume and they have music volume. Now that I would say that's a pretty good thing because, you know, then I'm not gonna be playing possibly copyrighted stuff in the car, and then it's just gonna be like, I guess, cutscene stuff, question mark and whatnot. So, whatever. Very good. By scale. Okay. Okay, here we go. Do they have borderless? Full screen, on or off? 3D display? Huh? Oh, I can access. There's advanced options. Here we go. Extreme. Extreme and high and V-sync off. Oh, no motion blur, please. Yeah. No FPS limiter. Oh, if you move the mouse while going through these, it just goes up to the one that you're hovering on. Okay. Increases or decreases the level of 3D. Huh? Full 3D. I don't even know what that means. Disables low resolution buffers. I don't know what this means. Sure. Yeah, put it on. Everything on and as high as I can go. 3D display is gonna be like blue and red or something. I'm guessing there is not a borderless, but I can make my own borderless. Cause put it in windowed mode and get borderless gaming. There we go. And then just add it. Yep, there it goes. Perfect! Okay. Oh, this is some sick music. Back. Yes. Now. And then this is the DLC stuff, I think. So I'm just gonna do the main story. Start a new game. Yeah.
OK， 各單位準備，同我睇實佢。
你捉個 Wei Shen 先好啊！
He's early.
I'm not fucking blind.
Relax, old boy. We're on the same side, remember?
條友都幾串喎。喂，有冇貨？
Yeah, you got the money?
喂，情況有變，
咩啊？
有個碼頭警衛，佢由後面上緊嚟啊！
揾人截住佢啦！
冇可能，我哋呢度太遠啦，路。
細路唔好亂嚟啊！
Look, I can get you 3-4 keys a week if you want.
睇下點？
What? My shit's not good enough for you?
喂，究竟發生咩事啊？
咩啊？邊撚個啊你？
停手，咪喐！
Come, my friend. Just
Are you crazy? No, don't.
maybe we can sort something out, huh?
你兇我啊！你知唔知我係邊個啊？
所有伙計唔好俾佢走得啦！截住佢！
Oh no. Not the security guard.
Fucking hell! Don't do it, man! Don't do it! Let's go! Let's go!
Now it's time to run. Here come the police. Don't worry. Hold left shift to sprint. Okay.
You see anyone? I think they're up the pool! Crazy
The
fuck!
movement.
Shit! Run!
Oh. Left shift just before reaching an obstacle to jump over. Oh. And it's left shift to climb up it too. Okay. I'm coming, I'm trying. That's a setting, then, oh, we're gonna change that. I don't know if I wanna change it to space, I don't know the controls yet. Freeze! Bye. Fell through. I'll get away, don't worry, I'll get away. Keep running. That's good, that's a good. That's a good one. Look, I'll keep running.
警察，咪喐！我哋而家要拘捕你。Come on, we can work something out, right？ 唔使諗啊，入到監倉裏面慢慢反省啦。而家唔係事必要你講，除非你自己想講。但係你所講嘅嘢可能會用紙同筆記低，然之後成為呈堂證供，你明白？
Hey man, I told you next week，下個禮拜 OK？OK？
點解你同我講埋呢啲嘢啊？唔掂咁樣出嚟行啦
It's Jackie from Old Prosperity, man.
Oh shit. Jackie Ma.
Lanaya, it is you. I can't fucking believe it. What are you doing here? When did you get back? Well, wait. Man, you look like shit.
Hey, fuck you. 15 years to do that. We're not kids anymore.
Whatever, man. Ask anyone. Jackie Ma still looks good.
Jackie Ma is still the same old. But good to see you.
What the fuck? They finally deport your ass from the United States?
It was mutual. Time I came home anyway.
Yeah, lock up. Home sweet home. So what they get you on?
Nothing that'll stick.
Ha! Well, don't let them pin any extra shit on you. Fuckers will try, let me tell you. Once they hear you're from Old Prosperity, happens all the time.
Hey, so you still in touch with any of the guys from there?
A few, people kind of go their separate ways, but... You remember Winston? He's moved all the way up to Redpole in the Sun On Yee. I've got a couple of things going with him right now, matter of fact.
Huh. Redpole and the Sun On Yee. Shit, Dog Eyes always said he'd be running that neighborhood.
Oh, Dog Eyes is a Redpole too. And still a total poke guy. He was the one who got Winston in. They were pretty tight back then, but now. Hey, wasn't Dog Eyes hanging with your sister?
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Hey, remember when we were kids and you stabbed Dog Eyes with a pen? You totally saved my ass that day. Oh man, I gotta tell Winston that story. He'll fucking love it. Man, Wei fucking Shen in the flesh. Can't believe it. Looks like I'm out of here.
Hey, Jackie. So look, if you and Winston ever need help with any of that shit you got going on with him,
Of course, man. Look me up when you get out. It'll just be like old times.
Sounded like someone was throwing up in the background. Jeez. Okay, let's make a deal.
It seems that the evidence against you has failed to appear. How do you explain that? You must be a very dangerous man, Wei Shen. That is exactly what we want people to think. I trust that my men weren't too rough on you, officer.
you might ask them the same question, sir. Those guys are out of shape. It paid off, though. I made contact with Jackie Ma. I'm in.
Good work. Use him to get close to Winston Chu. Do whatever it takes. Raymond here will be your handler. You'll report everything through him.
Our intel suggests that Winston is looking for muscle. You need to find a way to make him trust you.
I've done this before.
Not in Hong Kong. American gangs, even Asian ones, don't compare to the triads here. The Sun On Yee is the most powerful
Look,
gang.
Raymond. Your name is Raymond, right?
Yes.
I grew up with these guys. I know who they are, what they are. All the intel reports in the world won't give you that.
We want the Red Poles, the lieutenants like Winston, all of them. And most of all, the Dragonhead.
Candidly, Wei, previous attempts to get close to him haven't panned out. We don't have much to go on. That's why you're here. I'm hoping that you can bring something more to our investigation.
I understand, sir. Look, the sooner I'm on the street, the sooner I can start.
Raymond will be in touch. Oh, and Wei, good luck out there.
Respectfully, sir, are you sure about him? He'll be under extreme stress maybe for a very long time. Now, I'm not sure he has the discipline to hold up. According to the file, he has a history of extreme behavior.
Yes, and an astonishing number of convictions.
He obviously blames the triads for what happened to his family. It could turn into a vendetta.
Raymond, Wei Shen is perfect for this job.
This job.
Wei Shen? Man, this is going to be great.
Yeah, thanks again, Jackie. I appreciate the intro.
No problem, man. By the way, you know I tried looking you up a few years back, but I couldn't find shit. Do they have internet in America?
I think they're getting it next year.
Guess you were in prison or something. Come on, let's get out of here.
Prison or something.
Still getting used to being back, huh?
Okay. Display. Doesn't seem like it's at 1080p, so. Oh, please. It's not letting me go below the mouse for some reason. Change. Yes. Well, how about I just do that? It's just like stretching across two screens now, please. It's covering my OBS when I do that. Why? Why does it do that? That is interesting. Maybe because I'm using borderless gaming and it's not like scaling properly. So if I do this, it's spanning beyond like 2 on. Yes. Off. Where the heck is... My OBS is like trying to leave me. It's like running away. Please, don't do that. Like half of it's on one screen, half of it's on the other. I think I like broke it. Because OBS was in full screen and now it was like trying to span multiple monitors. Heck? Okay. Wait a second. Wait a second. Come on now. Where's Borderless Gaming? There it is. I can't even like access my taskbar. Please. Please, game, let me access my taskbar. There, got it. I think it's probably some settings. Auto maximize. Display 1. Full screen. I'm gonna put that on another screen so I can still get to it if I need to. Oh, please. Oh, no. It's not like letting me touch anything with the mouse. There. On. Off. Doesn't matter, it's still. Why is it spanning beyond the first screen? That is interesting. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna put it on full screen. Does it still let me? Okay, it stays open, even if I go to something else. So you know what? I'll leave it in full screen. It just won't let the mouse go outside of outside of the application. Well, game. Whatever, program. But that's fine. I don't care. As long as I can still access other stuff. Now it shouldn't be as pixelated, but advanced graphics. Because everything is on high and extreme, so I would think it would look decent. It might be the 3D depth and 3D convergence. Oh, well, it might be that too. Turn that off, because that might be why it looks the way it does. Yeah, there we go.
So Winston's a red pole now?
All this territory is Winston's. The Dog Eyes is pushing in.
If they're both red poles, shouldn't they be on the same side?
Should be. Dog Eyes always was an asshole. Turns out, he's a greedy asshole too.
Yeah, what's up with Dog Eyes?
One thing, when we get to Winston's, let me do the introductions. They're really distrustful of new faces right now.
It's wild the paranoia.
Sun On Yee had a rat. From what I hear, they didn't let him have a quick death. Made it real slow and painful.
This isn't the time or the place to talk about this. I'm sorry, okay? This is all a mistake. Shh, I'm not so loud.
This is all a mistake. I want to play. Can't play.
Hey, Jill May, how are you, baby?
Jackie, you know my parents don't want you to talk to me.
Your parents don't even know me. Once we get to know each other, they'll love me.
你條契弟，我今就收你皮。
Leave him alone!
校底就認，打就企定。
I'm gonna call the cops!
哼！你同我含撚啦！呢度幾撚時輪到你講嘢啊
Hey, you don't talk to me like that.
Stop it!
Get off him. I don't care who you are. Let go of Jackie. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Oh, over the counter. Yeah, let's fight. Basic combo. There you go. Form a heavy strike. There we go. There you go. Yeah. Don't touch me. I'm gonna beat you up. Whee! Uh-oh, here they come.
Kidding me?
Time for another tutorial.
Yeah, alright.
Teach me how to throw. Teach me how to throw. F.
Come on!
Woo! There you go. The heck, it's Dog Eyes, man. It's his dogs. Come on now. But we're friends. We're on the same side. That's the red poles. Come on, we can all share the neighborhood. Here you go. To the ground. Here you go. To the ground.
I'm still here!
No. Here you go. To the ground. Okay.
Come and get me!
I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to throw him into the lockers. Oh.
What did they do to you in America, man?
That looked nasty. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Bunch of fucking assholes. So, everything's cool? Well, you're welcome anyway.
Come on, Jackie. Let's go see Winston.
Here we are. Winston's mom owns the restaurant.
Whoa! Where the fuck do you think you're going?
Relax, man. This is Wei. Wei Shen. I told you about him, remember?
Fuck! We can't keep track of your bullshit friends, Jackie. No outsider.
He's not an outsider. He's from old prosperity. Like us. Hochi all day. Wei's old school, you know? I grew up with the guy.
Old prosperity, huh? 點解我唔記得你嘅？
I've been on vacation. Jackie said you were looking for people.
Oh, Jackie 話嘅。
No. You should have seen it, Winston. Wei just beat up like 10 of Dog Eyes guys in the market by himself.
係咩？
They attacked us. Seems to me you could use some better help.
你講乜嘢嚇 ？Winston, I don't like this cocky little fucker. Wait a minute. 等一陣 I do remember you. You had a sister, right? 係咪啊？
Yeah, Mimi.
Mimi Shen. I remember her. Hung out with Dog Eyes. No offense. 真係熟到爆㗎。Where's she now?
She's dead.
Sorry. 唔好意思啊。So, 10 guys, huh? You fearless? They're just crazy.
Try capable.
We'll see. Conroy, you know that problem we got in the market? Why don't you take Wei with you?
Where the heck's the subtitles? It disappeared.
Wait a second. I want to hear more about your friend.
All right. You want to be a tough guy? Let's see if you can handle yourself. Dude, see what he's got.
Great. That's all I fucking need.
I wanted to see if I could access the settings while I was
You're
here.
the tough guy that's everyone.
So that's why the that pause thing came up. Display, gaming controls. Actually, I'm gonna put on VSync for like this game. Because I can see the tearing. The screen tearing. Like, there's a little bit off the screen that's just... There's just a white line going down. I don't know why that is. It might be something to do with this game not supporting multi-monitor or whatever, but... There's just like a white line on my right screen.
Hey, you think you can fight? I bet you fall at the first punch.
You like that?
Come on, dude. Don't go easy on him.
Oh, it doesn't stay locked.
Just think.
How about that?
Right? Did you see that?
That all you got?
You're hot shit, huh? Let's see what happens when shit gets real.
You gonna back down?
All right, I'm gonna beat you and you're gonna take it. Wipe that smile off your face.
What does spacebar do? Dying. I'm not used to these controls yet. I died. Mission failed. You died.
So you're the tough guy that's everyone's knocking at.
You like that?
Think you can fight? I bet you fall at the first punch.
Okay. Options. Yeah, I'm changing that. No, I put it on. There we go. Instant enabled. Textual help. Enable HUD. Soft lock aiming. No. Because that'll make sure it stays, right?
Come on,
The
dude.
heck?
Don't go easy on him.
Okay, nope. That is not what I thought it was. I thought it was just gonna lock on permanently then, basically. But nope, that is not what that means. Game input, auto swap. Controller layout. Oh, here we go, button mapping. Now this is what I was looking for. What does right mouse? Free aim / melee lock on. Oh, it's both. So if I change it, it's gonna change the gun controls too, though. I don't want to do that. Well, I guess I'm stuck with it then. Oh, there, now it worked.
You guys think sucks, right?
How about that? That all you got?
You're hot shit, huh? Let's see what happens when shit gets
How do I dodge? Like, not teaching me anything else except for grab somebody if they try to hit you. And I'm guessing you don't auto block either. Gonna die.
You gonna back down?
Yep, I'm dead. Time to try it again. There's no difficulty options, so this is just as difficult as I guess they intended to be.
You like that?
Hey, you think you can fight? I bet you fall at the first punch.
How about
Come
that?
on, dude. Don't go easy on him.
That all you got?
You think you're hot shit, huh? Let's see what happens when shit gets real. Alright, I'm gonna beat you and you're gonna take
Okay, spacebar doesn't do anything.
You gonna back
Wipe that
down?
smile off your face.
Come on, fight back.
I'm pressing E and it's not doing it.
Why did you get out of here?
Hello, boy.
Hey, 你哋搞乜撚嘢啊 ？Boss, we were just leaving. 走啦吓。
And it was just getting interesting, too. Winston, my old friend. So good to see you. How's your family, huh?
What do you want, dog eyes?
Oh, Winston, wait. Brother, I just came to talk to you, man. For old time's sake. Let's work something out here, okay? We can share the night market, huh? We're both Song Ong Yi, both grown men. We shouldn't be fighting like children. Hey, who's the new blood?
It's Wei. You remember Mimi Shen? Back when you first started getting girls with Big Smiley?
Oh, Mimi. Oh, yeah. First girl ever sucked my cock. Yeah, so what?
Wei's her brother.
And I was the first guy who ever stabbed you. You remember me now?
Whoa, wait, what the fuck, man? Seriously, Wei? I apologize. I'm really sorry your sister blew me.
The night market is mine, dog eyes. You got Siwa in the warehouse. That was the deal. So stay the fuck out.
Hey, tell your sister to give me a call, huh? I wouldn't mind giving her a mouthful.
He hasn't changed.
Yeah, he is. He used to be my friend. Jackie, you two go to the night market. You make sure people understand that I'm in control.
Not dog eyes.
Got it?
Got it, boss. 冇問題.
And you fuck up anybody who tries to get in your way. I want to send a fucking message.
Yeah, send a message. Let's go.
Be easy. No problem. You just have to be strong. That's what people respect.
Okay.
So you mentioned your sister back there.
Amy? Yeah, she OD'd years ago now. I mean, after we moved to the States, she tried to kick that shit, but...
That sucks. She was, really alive.
My mother thought maybe a new city, new country, but the hooks went deep.
And once you start on that shit, it's hard to stop. For anybody.
Yeah, once she started.
Oh, man. And it was Dog Eyes that got her into it?
Yep. Fucking dog eyes.
You gonna tell Winston?
No. You?
Shit, Wade. Winston's the boss, but when we were kids, you were the only person who was nice to me. You were my best friend, man. That means more than a boss, you know? All Hollywood movies, super cheap.
Why is there so many people here? Jeez. Can't get through.
Joey Kwan sells pirate DVDs. Let's start with him.
The heck? Selling pirate DVDs? Come on now. Can't be doing that. Those are laptops? You sell pirate DVDs. No, you sell, like, tablets and laptops and iPods, speakers, and look at all this. Selling more than just pirate DVDs.
We work for Winston.
I understand. How can I help?
Winston runs this place, and if you don't want trouble, you pay him. Period.
Of course, no problem.
Thank you.
Need anything? Just come ask.
Go to the watch vendor. Okay. They're over there.
You know, this is gonna piss Dog Eyes off. At some point, Winston and Dog Eyes are gonna clash, man. It's going to be epic.
I'm just gonna go back here so I don't run into like the crowd of people. Getting this. Health shrine found. 4 for next health upgrade.
Hey, you wanna do the talking?
We're collecting for Winston.
Speaking of running into people.
Dog Eyes said he's in charge here.
We're here to clarify. What? You want to be the guy we used to clear up the confusion?
I'm not afraid, you guys.
Be a tough guy.
I just hear all the footsteps, the music stops, and then they just start running. That's great. They're just waiting for it. Here. Make a call.
I'm glad I can make you see reason.
Take the money. But Dog Eye won't be happy.
Okay, they didn't already take the money, so we're not like double taking the money.
Dude, I think you killed him.
No, I would never do that.
We work for Winston. We need to discuss business.
Winston? I don't have any business with Winston.
Everyone has business with Winston. You're gonna pay up, you understand?
Go tell Winston to stick a back choy up his ass. Hey,
Oh,
fellas,
can't say that about Winston. There we go.
come on, guys, kick his ass.
I'm trying. Oh, okay, there we go. Now I can do it. That's how you do that. It said move the mouse, I think, but like, it just means to, what do you call it? It just means to scroll. It just means scroll. Here, get on the ground. You're under arrest. Where are my cups? This isn't good. Oh, I can just let go with E and like confuse them. What are they doing? Oh, fighting Jackie Ma. Here, get in. You're the package. Now get in the box.
So did you have a message for Winston?
He's obviously better than Dog Eyes. Please give him this payment from me.
I think we're almost done, but let's check over there. Hey, look at that guy. He's beating up that old man. That ain't gonna fly on our turf.
Yeah, what the heck? Beating up the old man? You can't do that.
Hello,
Whoa. That's not good. Oh, that's how you tackle. Didn't tell me that. Ooh. Uppercut. Oh. Okay, I like this. What did I just do? Oh, I knocked him back into the other guy. Hey now. Now this is. Get in there. You're the owner now.
Why was he beating you?
He was demanding 20 times the normal payment. Maybe he has a drug habit or something.
For a small fee, Winston will make sure you don't have trouble with gangsters.
That sounds very reasonable.
Gangsters. Go to the clothing stall. Okay. now I'm gonna make Wei look sick. Hey Jer, what's up? Stream looks good. I'm glad. Dealing with some triads. Yeah, dealing with some of Dog Eyes thugs. Torso, pants, shoes, hats, chains. I don't know what to get. What is even available? This is what I'm... Okay. Gangster... A must for the aspiring established gangster alike. Direct from the factory at a discount. Knockoff.
You think?
Nah. Pants.
Close here.
Here we go. Shoes. Yeah, I'll get these shoes.
Interest you in some better clothes?
Get some better clothes. Hat. Baseball cap. Yeah, I'll get the baseball cap.
Let me ring that up for you.
Chains. Beaded dragon. Bracelet. Can't afford it. There we go. Did you up bitrate or anything looks pretty crispy? Oh, pretty crisp. I thought you said crispy. That'd be sick. That'd be good. That'd be good. I didn't up the bitrate or anything at all. I just have it on the same settings and everything.
Tell her what's going on.
Just keeping an eye on things.
It might just be that the GPU is not under constant load.
Nothing to be impressed
I'm also just watching from my phone because on job downtown Manhattan. Oh, okay.
You fuck up?
What? We're gonna throw down? What kind of grade school shit is this, huh? I work my ass off all day, so fuck off and grow up.
Jackie, you're coming with me. We got something to take care of.
Big screen could look different, lol.
Don't fuck with me.
Bet less stutters. Maybe. There we go. I got my cop score and my triad score. I'm a triad. Look out. Dealing with triads, I'm a triad. Oh, here we go. Offer help.
Can you do me a favor?
Probably, yeah. What is it?
Mrs. Chu sent over some lunch, but I haven't paid yet. Can you take this back to the restaurant?
All right.
You might want to hurry. I heard Dog Guys are sending reinforcements. You should probably...
Alright, gotta drive to my next jobby. Oh, is your CPU bottlenecking? It's alright. It's not like causing lag or stutter really. Oh, okay, Triad's the good guys. I just know Triad's in Manhattan too. What city are you playing in? Oh, I'm in Hong Kong. Like... Okay. Yeah. Too many people. The crowds. Gotta get through. Best CDs. If only you could purchase them. You can't though. Come take a look. You got more than just CDs. Could have been Chinatown and NY, lol. Yeah. It's going through the alleyways right now. No purchase noodle bowl. I got full health, I'm okay. Rip it up. Here we go, gotta go bring the money. Uh-oh. Here we go. Get up. Yes, race night. Yeah. Oh. Got the counter button for a second. Get down on the ground. When I miss the grabs, I just like look around. I don't know what I'm doing here. Beat him up. Beat him up, beat him up. Throw him in the speaker. Here you go. Ouch. Grab him into the soda machine. Ooh! Broke the glass to the shop. I don't think I was supposed to do that. I don't think that's what the favor was. Don't try to kick me. That's what I do to you. There we go. Ow. Whoa. How did I do that? That didn't tell me how to do that. I just know.
This is for Susan's lunch.
Thanks.
Oh. Favor complete. I gave the money, and how did I get 200 for that, though? Who gave me $200? You gave me $200? You gave me a cut of that money? Field report, Winston Shoe. Fair game. Me with Winston in the kitchen. I'm not trying to vault over the counter like that. Oh! And there goes the game. No. I mean, for some reason it was like bleeding over. But here, do this. It's like trying to tell me that it was going to reinstall again for some reason. Here we go. Continue game. Where does it even leave me?
You?
Oh.
Are you shitting me? So what'd you do?
Nothing. Say I came straight to you. Didn't want to start anything major, but without you knowing, you know?
So get this. A couple years ago, this guy Ming came to me and asked me to look out for him while he did business. Special K mostly, but other stuff too. I thought, why not? Take a nice little cut for my boys, no problem. But this week, I sent Jackie here to pick up the envelope, and he tells my boy to fuck off. Apparently, he's friends with Dog Eyes now, so we can all go fuck ourselves.
You want me to make an example out of Dog Eyes?
That home Garton is gonna get what's coming in. Right now, I need someone to take care of me.
I didn't realize I had the cursor in the middle of the screen like that. It was over the cutscene. Oh, here we go. I'll go take care of him. Oh. Ports. Top secret. My main point of contact is Winston Chu, the Sun On Yee Red Pole who controls, or likes to think he controls, a piece of North Point. As my previous reports have shown, Chu's control is slipping to competing Sun On Yee, Red Pole, Sam, Dog Eyes, Lin. Chu is hot-headed, impulsive, and not too smart. He lacks any kind of formal education and at times cannot even master street-level criminal conspiracies. His temper may be affected by anabolic steroids, which I believe he takes on a regular basis. Chu is ideal as a point of access to the Triad. He's ambitious without the brains to achieve his goals and badly needs a smart second in command. This is how I've positioned myself. My quick rise has created jealousy within the Water Street gang. I am now convicted that suspicions about my true identity are related to this jealousy more than actual hard evidence. Still, I must be careful, and HQ must be kept. HQ must keep. There we go. Confidentiality tight at all times. Chu grew up in Old Prosperity Housing Project, numerous Sun On Yee leaders, including Dog Eyes Lin. He seems to have joined the Triad at an early age and has now hit the glass. Hit the glass ceiling in terms of promotion and power. He will require a substantial reworking of his operations in order to reach par with more accomplished Red Pole such as Big Smile Lee. To Chin Sao, our broken nose Yang. I don't know how to say that. Okay, bye. There, I did that. I looked at the report. I don't know if I'm gonna be looking at those that often. I'm good. I already bought some clothes. AKA a hat and shoes. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to knock into anybody, but he's crowd.
Looking for Ming. Know where he's at?
Yeah, he just passed the food stand around the corner.
Front Ming. Oh, here we go. Hey, friend.
You make it up for me tonight, and we got a deal.
Huh? 我真係要咁做?
Ming, I got a message for you. Stop! You didn't pay Winston, asshole. Fuck you! Out of my way!
Oh. Chase him. I'll chase him. Chase him. I'll catch him. They're faster on the stairs than I am. Hi. Sorry about your food. Oh. You got me. You hit me with him. Oh, time to fight.
Get him! He needs to be killed!
Kill him, he needs to be killed. Okay. Okay. You know what? I know what to do. Game controls. Wait back. Controller layout, here we go. Since space, it's throw. So then, melee attack using firearm. I'm making that E. Oh. Never mind. Perform counter, fast talk, interact, enter vehicle. That's all E. Well, never mind. I guess I'm not changing that. Like, the controls are tied to like 3 or 4 things at once. So changing that is just gonna change, well, three other things. I don't want to do that. Because I would press E as a counter then if I was actually able to change just one thing. You. Get in.
Leave me alone, you fuck!
No.
It's one of Winston's guys! Pick him out!
He's got a knife.
Fuck you up!
I don't think he had that when he was running. The heck? Where'd you get that knife? Uh-oh. Where am I? What am I doing here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're gonna die from not getting the dodges. Get off. Bye. I'm dead. Did like a front flip. Hey. Bye. Ow. Don't get up. Ow. Can't grapple you. Here. I was gonna say, they get up. Just turned around to go to counter them. And bye. Bye. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you either. I like double broke the glass. Get up. Get up. And then get down. Bye bye. No more of you. Cannot grab him. Ow. Oh. Ow. Is that it? Nope. Oh, I had him for a second. Come on, game. Ow. I keep getting mixed up with E and F. Because F is grab. There, my triad score is like almost at the max.
Kill you. Fuck dog guys. Winston owns this area. You fuck with us, and you'll regret it. Okay, but please,
Make sure Dog Eyes doesn't kill me.
Jump off. Jump off. Jump off.
快走啊！咪喐，踎低。Hey, hey, watch it.
Wei Sheng, I'm Inspector Tang. You have quite a rap sheet here. Multiple arrests in San Francisco, alleged ties to organized crime, and now you're here, enforcing for the Sun On Yi. You know, you don't have to throw your life away like this.
Your concern's really moving. I appreciate that. I'm suddenly realizing I should have never dropped out of art school. I could have made it. I could have been a real somebody. Thank you for showing me the light, officer.
I want to give you a chance, Shen, but you have to work with me. Then maybe I can cut you a deal. Oh, Superintendent, I'm in the middle of an interrogation.
Inspector, there's been a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding, sir.
As your superior officer, I'm instructing you to release this man.
But sir, I have it on record that he's Sun On Yi.
I understand that.
I can't simply just cut him loose. I mean, you're asking me to release a criminal with known connections to the Triad, and not only is it against
for God's
protocol,
sake, Tang, he's one of us.
What?
Jesus, Pendrew, let me get the door. There are few badges outside who didn't hear you.
It's all right, Wei. We can trust her.
Trust her? I just met her.
Congratulations, Tang, so now you know. Maybe now we can make sure that we're helping Wei, not making his job harder than it already is, hmm?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like I have much of a choice.
No, you don't. Now see yourself out.
Permission to speak freely.
Denied. You need to be more careful, Wei. Much more careful. I can't bail you out like this again.
Sir,
I don't want to hear it. Just be careful.
Just be careful. Yeah, cop score. Woo! Triad score. Woo! Rewards gained. 270 DX. DX racer chair. I can roll around on the streets. CI report on Sam Dog Eyes Lynn. Okay. North Point apartment. Wow. I got all that.
Yangs and Asian ones don't compare to the Triads.
I don't like this cocky little fucker.
You need to be more careful, Wei. Much more careful.
Gonna say, my character gonna keep saying stuff if I don't move.
Steady
Yep. That's what waking up is like. United Front Gamer. Where this was pride to show you are serious about games and fun. I like games and fun. But I also like the jacket and undershirt. Pants. I'm already good. I got the jeans. Okay, so I don't have anything else besides what I bought and what was given to me to start with, so. Pickup and delivery, new case available. Okay. Highlight map icon for more information. How do I move the... Okay, it automatically does. Got it. objective. Okay, that just brings that up. Legend. Guessing it's just this over here anyway. Nope. Right control. Gambling den, karaoke, cockfighting. Massage parlor. Okay. Pay hospital bills. Quiet drive. I'm gonna go pay hospital bills. End the cycle. Okay. Legendary outfits.
How much? No, I'm not paying that. And the water still have to be cold, won't it? You think you can blackmail me by shortchanging my talents? It won't work, won't. I don't care what you do to them.
Okay.
Rosa told me that the things between Winston and Dog Eyes are heating up.
Always the same. Big feud, don't you?
But can I help you?
Oh, there it is. 270DX. I feel like maybe I should have started playing with a controller. Because, like, since there's so many binds attached to, like, one thing, it might be easier to do on a controller. Which is, like, it feels like an odd thing to say that, but at the same time, like, it might just be simpler to play on a controller if there's already so many things tied to one thing. Instead of, like, having the keyboard anyway, considering there's no point if I can't separately bind things that are, you know, like 3 to 4 things bound to one button or one key bind. It's really, like, it basically makes the keyboard, like, null and void, like there's no point anyway. So, good, this automatically detects. I don't have to, like, restart the game to actually use this. B for emergency brake. Okay. Okay, and Y is to get off. The camera turning speed. Oh! I'm turning that up. Aim and controls. Oh, vibration off. Definitely. I don't like vibration. Aim pitch. Aim yaw. Camera pitch. Yaw. It's at 0. You know, put them both at 5. Feels a little bit. No, it's still the same, I think. Mouse sensitivity. Auto swap. Okay, so it does have auto swap. That's good. I want that to be 10, right? Oh yeah, there we go. Coming through. Ugh. think I might change the sensitivity overall, not just the camera sensitivity. Look out, here I come. Okay, this is how I do this. I was trying to figure it out. That's not what I was trying to do. Okay, A is to run. Wait, how do I want to get on the bike. There we go. So how do I do this then? Figure it out. I'll figure it out. Okay, it's X. I'm sorry. Trying to learn controls. I needed this for that. It does slow down time a little bit to try it, so... Okay, now I know. Coming through. Look out. I think there's seen this game already be played through, so to an extent. I don't really know everything that there is to know, like control wise and whatnot, but I've seen things be done, so thought maybe there was like a case back here. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Oh my. So wait, is select? Okay, select is map on controller. Un mapo. This is where I was gonna go, right? No. Wait, yes. Okay. Roomin'. Just gotta... Come on. I can make it. Yeah. Jeez. Hi, I'm here. How's it going?
What do you want?
Mrs. Chu suggested I talk to you. She's a friend of mine. I need a favor.
What do you need?
My husband is in the hospital and I can't pay the bill. The only thing we have of any value is our car.
You want to sell it?
No, I want you to run it in the harbor. Our insurance is really good.
Okay.
Okay, I'm stealing your car and throwing it into the harbor, I guess. Back up. Excuse me. Am I gonna run them over like this? Okay, I'm not. I was gonna say. Is it really gonna be enough momentum to run them over in reverse? Just using feet power. Who needs horsepower when you got foot power? Like doing wheelies into the wall. I'm not trying to do that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Longest jump, 8.23 meters. Okay. Okay now. Yeah, I'm going real far. Okay, I know the horn button now. If I needed that control, but I don't think I will. Okay, gravity. Bye. I did it. And I just get 2,000. But how? They're wire transferring it to my phone. Or to my bank, rather. Give me this. Oh. Escape the cop radius. They're just firing in the streets, okay. Alright. Bye. Chase me down here. Oh, this is not as fast as I, not as fast as I would have expected. But I mean, it is an SUV. So. There we go. Got some downhill speed. Oh, this is max speed, I think. Ooh. No. Please. No. You're like hitting all the barriers on the side of the road. Okay, now. But you're the police. Are they gonna try to perform a maneuver here? This is a real high-speed chase. This thing does not go any faster. This is full throttle. Oh wait, it's got more gears. Oh no, they made me drop a gear. Come on. No, I'm not. You can see him. I think you can. You're this close. I'm not even gonna damage them. I'm just gonna let them damage themselves. I'm gonna damage them by proxy. They're gonna slam into things and slam into me. But I'm not gonna actively try. Okay. Yeah, pull over. Yeah, pull over. See, look, they're chasing the truck. We're just chasing them together. Yeah, stop your vehicle. Civilians are like stopping me more than the police are. Oh. Drive on the wrong side of the road. Okay. Yeah, that's enough. No. Jeez! Okay then. That's all it took for the car to explode? I would think, you know, it'd be a little bit more difficult to destroy a police car like that, but okay. Sure. They're gone. I literally killed them, but they're gone now. I didn't expect that to happen. No. Here. Give me this. I want this. Get. What's the range? There we go. Here we go. This is like a Datsun. Like, it looks like almost like a year progressed. Like it just. When does this even take place? It's like a Datsun of this year. Whatever year this is in game. I never got to the location I was trying to get to. Oh wait, yeah, I did. I did the hospital bills thing. Here. Oh. Here, I'll get there. Oh, okay, it is actually telling me go reverse on this road. This highway. Here. There we go. Money box. Lockbox. Oh, it's an officer. Okay, that's why it's blue around them. I thought maybe it was like a random encounter or something. Oh, okay. And that's the star is a police car. Got it, got it. Did not tell me that, so now I know.
Wait, you okay, man? You look like someone took a shit on your face.
Jackie, I'm just a little frustrated, stuck being Winston's errand boy. You know, I was making serious bank back in the States.
Come on, we're just paying our dues. Winston's a loyal guy. He'll hook us up when the time's right.
You can't always wait for the world to hand you what you want. Sometimes you gotta just take it.
Totally, man.
It's time to take a little initiative. We gotta prove ourselves to Winston and the Sun On Yee, or we'll never move up. Is there anything going down in the next few days?
Shit, yeah, there is. Dog Eyes has a big shipment of stolen goods coming in.
Well, it's good for Dog Eyes, but that might be too much too fast. Last thing I need right now is taking a sticky red pull up my ass.
It's not like that. It's a small deal. Word is there's only a few low-level Londoners looking after it. If we boost that shit and give Winston a nice fat cut, he's gonna be mad impressed. No way he doesn't promote us after that.
You'd have to be certain it couldn't be traced back to Winston. Or us.
Sure, of course. They're never gonna know it was us. Unless we get caught.
Well, we won't unless you fuck it up. Come on, get in.
Time to move up in the world.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the van?
My uncle's a chop shop around the corner. Call it a pre-stolen ride. I'm thinking I'm gonna get a steady girlfriend.
Oh, yeah?
What do you think of Chiu Mei?
You're not worried that she doesn't want to talk to you?
Hell no. If I let that stop me, I'd never ask anybody out. What about you? You ever think of finding somebody?
A relationship? That wouldn't really work with my life right now.
Sure it could. Look at me.
You're one of a kind, Jackie.
Put on his mask. Can't let Dog Eyes boys know it was us. There should only be a few guards.
Keep the engine running.
Wait!
Come and get me!
Oh, here we go. Why? Okay. Okay, B is to grab. X is punch. A doesn't do anything. Ow. I got hit in the back of the head. Oh yeah. I think I like this more on controller. It just seems a little less confusing. Grapple them to break their defenses. Okay. Get in the trash. Oh! X. I didn't see it. This message on top of the screen is blocking me. What just happened? It's like they stabbed me with a needle and I passed out. I didn't get hit. It like took control of my mind and I just slept. Like I got tapped in the back of the head and they mind controlled me. How do I sprint? Okay, Y is counter, that's right. Didn't counter him. Ouch. Hostile down. I thought I could, Okay. Ouch. Nope, I'm still getting confused on controls. I didn't want to do that. I want to throw him into the... Ow. Okay. Ooh. Still broke their block. I made them.
Should be in the warehouse, man.
He's gonna hijack the van from Jackie. Yeah, taking off with the goods. Let's chase him. Hey now. The amount of physics noises.
Oh shit!
Oh no. I get property damage. Innocent hurt and property damage. Not trying to do that. Oh no. Back off. This is our take. They did that to themselves. That's not even me. Bye. Bye. The other one got stuck. Oh no, I'm causing more property damage. Jeez. This thing's not smoking yet? I'm surprised. Very good car brand. Doesn't smoke when you slam into things. Did I get it? Did I get it? They're doing a very good job. Doing a very good job at driving. They drove directly into those cars. Oh, I thought
We did it, man! We did it! Hang on,
they
I'll go
broke
get the
themselves. Good.
Let's go, Jackie! Hurry it up!
Where'd they go? They just disappear? We got them.
Damn, that was crazy, man! We did it! Holy shit! We did
Heck?
it! Check it out!
Oh, it's on fire.
Cambria.
That was our big boost? A shipment of cheap watches?
What? What do you mean cheap?
Jackie, these are fake as fuck.
Holy shit, Tyler, the cops drive! Wait, drive!
I'll escape the cops. Don't worry. No. Bye. They're gonna catch up, I think. Nope. No, they're not.
I think that's it.
Yeah, they're gone. We're clear, man. No wonder there's so many criminals in this town. Those cops suck!
What do you think will happen with Dog Eyes?
I don't know.
The burning. This is burning debris on the side of the road.
He's a piece of shit. Don't be afraid of him.
Man, wait, you just got back. Get to know who's who before you start talking about bosses that way.
Listen, there comes a time you gotta stand up to guys like that no matter who's backing them. What caused the bad blood?
Don't know. They used to be tight, though. Hard to believe Dog Eyes would turn on a friend like that.
He always was a shit. Even when we were kids.
Sorry, but I need to get this. 2 more for next health upgrade. Sorry. Had to do that. Oh, here we go. Hello.
So where's this guy we're meeting?
Don't worry. I'll take it from here.
You sure you don't want me to stick around?
Oh, man, I got it under control. So, Nora.
Alright, your deal.
Hey, wait! You did good out there. Here. Take this watch. You earned it.
Great, I finally hit the big time.
Upgrades. Player takes reduced damage from enemy unarmed strikes. Extra damage for all striking attacks. Give me this. Because I forget controls. So, I'll just be more resistant. So it doesn't matter if I forget. The game will remember for me.
Hey! Hey!
Hey, hey.
What's up?
Hey, you're Song Yi, right?
I was racing earlier, and I would have won. But this guy, Tommy Han Lan, he cheated. Ran me off the road at the last minute. Can you teach him a lesson? Keep him from doing it again?
Yeah, sure.
He's not far. Wreck his car. That'll teach him.
Yep. Taking your car now. And I'm gonna go wreck yours. Go wreck his car. Yeah, okay. I'll take yours to go wreck his. Ooh. Oh, I like the driving in this game. Here, I'll wreck it. Aw. No. Give me this. I don't want to get the tire iron from the back of the car. No. I can find it there, but do I really need it? You left the car without damaging it enough. I have to hit it with the tire iron. You can't do anything else. You have to hit it with the tire iron. No, 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 no. Why don't I just, like, shoot out all the tires? Because, like, it's not moving then. It, like, stops me before I even get to slam into it. Come on now. What are you doing? What are you doing, game? I don't know, maybe I just do it. I'll preserve this car so I can at least drive away. Leave your trunk unlocked? Why would you do that? Me slamming into it with the car was not causing the alarm to go off, but me hitting it with the tire iron will. Okay.
What the hell? What are you doing?
Breaking your car. Beat down? Oh, I know how to do it. No. I know how to beat you down. Get up. Actually, don't. I took care of it, don't worry. Thanks for the wire transfer of $2,500 into my bank account. It was very, very appreciated. You know, they didn't know I had the strongest move in the game. The car.
Hey, wait! Can you help me out?
Yeah, sure. I'm just still holding the tire iron. I didn't even break it yet.
What do you need?
A ride, but in a second.
Okay.
Let's go!
What the
No,
hell?
get in this car. This car is sick. Here, get out. Get out and get in. Get out and get in. Yes, 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 yes. Get in, 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 get in. Oh no. And they're gonna take my car, aren't they? They're gonna take my car. They took my car. No. No. Calvin refused to get in the back seat.
You can't just punch a cop.
I know! Gotta have a getaway ready. I really appreciate it.
A little warning would be nice.
Oh, right, okay.
You don't pull this shit, you gotta learn to drive. Hey, think about dumping that girlfriend too, alright?
Well, she's not exactly my girlfriend. I really like her though. She's got a nice smile. Dresses real nice.
Bye.
You're not even dating her?
Not yet, man. What a getaway. Thanks, Wei.
Next time I need to hit a cop, I know who to call.
Here you go. Thanks for the car. Thanks for the wire transfer. You paid me $2,000 to let you hit a cop and drive, like, for less than a minute. Thanks. I'll take it. Oh good, there's another one of these back here. I hope it was worth your money. Wait a second. No. Put this car in reverse again. Oh, this thing can like almost wheelie. Jeez. Okay. This is pretty powerful of a car. Can you store vehicles in the garage, like, without buying them? Because if you can, just put this thing in there. Can do wheelies almost. Oh. I can get out of here. Did I get myself stuck? Okay, no I didn't. Thought I did. I mean, if I did, I still have the trucks to get out. If I wanted. Oh, I might get myself stuck now. Dang. Oh no. No, please. Trying to keep this camera. Are there options to like make the camera not do this? No, not controller layout. Game and controls. Not soft block. Free look. Why isn't there controller free look? Like, trying to see where I'm going while going backwards like that. Ooh! The reverse power on this thing is pretty sick. Let me take care of this. You want to teach me something? Teach me to use the car. Because it seems to be my greatest weapon right now. Oh, this is so... Oh, trying to control the camera. It's like hurting my brain. What did I do that for? Is there even a reason to like run all these people over? There's not a briefcase or anything to pick up? What the heck? Why were they even back here? Okay. Bye. Thanks for letting me beat you up for XP question mark? Did I get anything for that? I'm gonna guess not, but okay. Oh good, I can just do that to get through. Here, I'll just take a boat. Because I haven't tried those yet. Okay, A is 12. Got it. Here we go. Give me this thing. I had to step onto the dock to get in. Oh, dock a boat by holding B to the dock. Okay. Got it. I'm not going to. I can't go up there like that, okay? Okay, it's docked. It's all good. Oh, there's a parking lot over here. Don't worry, I'll just have the tire ironed for the next mission. That'll work. I'll be set. What the? Wanna fight? Got a weapon.
I don't like the looks of this. What was that? Look at me, okay? I'm not worth it. Boga. Please, I'll be your slave. Anything, okay? Huh?
I just want a car.
No, don't do this. Please. Look at me, okay? I'm not worth it. Boga. Please, I'll be your slave. Anything, okay?
I can't talk to you with a weapon in my hand. Why not? Ooh. Thanks. My tire iron better not be gone. Oh, they took my tire iron too. What the heck? Taking everything away. They took my car, they took my tire iron. Come on now. At least I got this van. Oh, it's even got a spoiler. It's pretty sick. Hey now. There's fighters here. Did I win? Yep, I won. There's a briefcase here. Thanks. Who says I need to fight with my fists when I can fight with the van? They didn't expect me to have the power of the van. Last time I used the car. Thanks. Bye. Don't revive them. If they get revived, do they come back and fight me again? I'm getting out of the van.
He was DOA.
Oh, dead on arrival, okay.
This job sucks.
Yeah. Look out. Menace on the loose. And that's me. What's this? Local street racing problem is getting out of hand. Intercept and take out their vehicles. Oh. Okay. I'll get to the race after I, like, pick both of these things up. I can't get out of the car. I'm leaving a marker right here. Because then, I can come back here and pick that stuff up. No, I can't. Yeah, I can. Wait, can I not? Really? Whatever, I'll leave it. I'll hope that it's marked. Whoa, whoa. I rode on top of their car. I'm going for the person at first. I'm racing them. I don't care. Property damage. What is that? What is that to taking out these race cars? I'm faster than they are. catch up with this thing. Also, this game is like, I can't even hear myself speak over the game. So if I start slurring my words, it might be why. Like it's so loud. It's so loud, but it doesn't hurt my ears. The balancing is fine. Bye. Moderate speed, fast enough. Taking out first, I'm taking out first. There, I took out first. What's going on? Is it good? The car's stuck? Oh, they are stuck. Oh, I did it. Thank you, game. There, I didn't do too... I don't think I did too bad. $15,000. Super SWAT tactical uniform. What? No. I remember where it is on the map. Don't worry. Don't be alarmed. Don't worry, don't be alarmed. I'm just gonna go back there. Oh, after I... How do I... Thank you. I was gonna say, how do I shut that off, but figured it out. Hi. I'm not a police officer. I just stole their, like... their sports car. I totally did not obtain this by means of being an officer. They pulled the whole car! They pulled the whole car! They pulled the whole car! Are you... what? How did you do that? Let me get in. Yeah, pull me out again. Pull me out again. Let me see you try it. Can you do it? No, you can't. What? What is wrong with my car? My door is in the wall. Pull me out. Pull me out. Oh no, they did it again. Please. Please, don't do this to my car. Don't do this to my car. Don't do this to my car. You're breaking my car. You're breaking the game, you're breaking the car. I'm breaking your face. Let me out. Ouch. Let me get in the car. Give me this. Never have I ever seen that happen in a game. There. Oh my... The car. It doesn't like this wall next to it. Can I have it back, please? I don't think I can get the car back. I really want it though, because it's fast. It's like doing damage to the car. Okay, I don't think I can take this car anywhere. It's so sad. At least there's another box right here. Free money. Hey. I want this. I don't know what you just said. Give me this. Hi. Okay, it's a vendor. Darn brakes weren't fast enough to slow down the car. Oh, please. Yep, this is the place. Getting that health shrine. Thank you. Max health increased by 10%. Very good. Is this a drivable car? No. It doesn't have wheels. Thank you, I'll take this. No one's guarding it, so even better. Oh, my van is here.
Hey, wait. I work for Tran at the chop shop. We noticed you still don't have your own ride. Come by any time if you want to buy a car.
Oh yeah? How much will that cost me?
Don't worry. We'll give you a good deal. Sun On Yee never pay full price.
Yeah, there we go. Purchase gray market vehicles if your face is high enough. Gray market. Gray market. What is this? I don't know what this is, but I'm going in. Close the door. There we go. Hello, friend.
Can I get you something? How can I help you?
Good. I don't need that. We're going fast enough. Oh, I see car marker. Whew. Let's fight. 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 I'm not trying to run over civilians. Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's fight. Got him. Thank you. I'll be taking that. Let's see. They don't realize, but I still have the fan. I got it back. I got my power back. They just stood still and took it, so that's not my fault. Hey. Good, fast, cheap. I cannot afford any of these.
You gonna pick one or what?
Oh, well, yes I can. I can afford this, but I don't have face level 3. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have the...
Pretty nice.
I don't have the a reputation to even afford it. I don't really care. This thing is sick. For a van, this thing is fast. Jeez. I like the wheels too. Here we go, clean drive. No, well, not anymore. Clean drive. This is like the fastest van I think I've seen in a... Not true, not true, not true. I was gonna say, I think this is the fastest van I've seen in a video game. This is the fastest van I think I've seen without nitrous in a video game. Because like Saints Row 3, you can literally put nitrous on anything. And I think in 4, probably. This is a pretty fast van. I want that car. I don't care about clean drive anymore. I want that car. Where'd it go? Actually, yeah, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Give me this car. This car looks like fast. I want fast. Be quiet. Give me your car. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Thing. I really like driving in this game. Oh, the brakes are, they're good. They're good. I like them. They're pretty good brakes. It's like instant almost. It feels like. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. You gave me a car this fast. I'm out of here. Oh. This maneuver is really like this is good car. I like car. Give me more car like this. This is good car. I didn't hit anything yet. Didn't hit anything yet. Good. Oh, I didn't get a minute. I didn't get a minute. I'm so sad I didn't get a minute. That's fine. Let me check out some clothing now, because I have $89,000. I think. 89,000 yen, rather. Let me see. At least I think it is. No, it's not. Is it? What is the money?
Come, look. I fixed you up. I got clothes.
What is going on outside? Phase 2 required. Sorry, I don't have the,
If you think you can do better, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks for the motivation. That's some sick music. Where's it coming from? Minibus racket. Cop job. Ting's t-shirt. Going there. With a car this fast, I'll make it real quick. May look like it's almost all the way across the map, but that's nothing with this thing. Oh, except on this road, jeez. We just take care of all that real quick. briefcase back here? Oh, yes there is. You know what that means? I got a fast car now. Got a fast car like a NASCAR, gonna run you over. Can't go far. Thanks. Jeez. The reverse on these cars. The amount of torque and power. Give me this. I think all these cars are like backwards wheelie. Like I don't think I've ever seen cars in a game like that. Which just makes, I think it just makes it more fun anyway. I don't think I'm getting face for this, that's why I'm like not being able to buy things. I'll have money, but I'll have no reputation to buy them anyway. Can't be cool if you're driving cars into people, I guess. Thanks. Oh, it's a hacker box. Go too fast. Go fast. Oh. Zero? Yeah. Clothing found, Mr. Black. Oh, I actually am getting stuff from these too. Other than just money. Okay. Well then I have another thing to put on when I get back to the house, the apartment. Look out. Here I come. Like a menace. The orange car menace. Give me that. I saw it. Did I already get this? Oh yeah, I did. Okay. Let's say, this place looked familiar. Woo! This car, so good, I like it. When I get enough base, I think this is one of the cars I'm gonna get. But I've also seen another to try at some point. Hi.
So, how's business?
Not very good. Sales are way down. My shirts are just too boring. Hey, could you help me get some new design? I want to do a landscape series, really capture what's cool about the city.
Yeah, sure.
Get me a couple of classic shots. Email them over when you have them.
Got it.
Email? You don't want me to just text them to you? Oh, well, I guess if you didn't want me to have your phone number or whatever, but come on now. I'm really, you can trust me. Really dependable, don't worry. I would never do anything wrong to, at least not to mess up your business, don't worry. But, for anything else, I'm not so sure. I'm allowed in here. Oh, I have to go up here. Car. No! Car, don't respawn, or don't despawn. Don't respawn and don't despawn. Both are, preferable. I don't want to lose my car. That car's fun. Let me in. How's it going?
Good.
Oh, LT. Also, this is mine. Thanks. Please, car, still be there. Please, car, still be there. They replaced my car with a van. Did they replace my car with a van? I think they replaced my car with a van. Oh, there it is! Okay, they did not, but the van is right in front of my car, so... I think they might need a... We need some lessons on parallel parking here. Not park right next to my car so my door is obscured. I don't think that's generally how you're taught how to drive. But you know, that's okay. I can still access it, you know. I can still get in, but maybe just a little bit more brushing up on that. Hi. Bye. Oop. There we go. Did a car jump with just going over the median and the highway. Very good. If I can find another one of these cars, I'll just get out and take that. Instant stop. No. Yes. This is fine. They're not pulling me out of my car, so...
Ah, finally!
No. Not finally. Thanks. I'll be taking this now. I'm not only getting a nice view of the city, I'm getting a nice view of this money. Picture the sunset. There's no setting sun to take a picture of. It's not there. It's not there. Okay. That's a very good picture. Whoa. Okay. Thanks for the wire transfer. $500. This is holding down the emergency brake. It's too powerful. This is counting towards clean drive. Oh. This car is too good. It's too good. Fashion advice? Sure. Who needs main missions when you have side quests? I see an enemy. Briefcase. Oh, there they are. Okay, let's fight.
嗌啊！我覺得你搞錯咗喎。開始。
Oh.
屌你！我覺得你搞錯咗喎。
Ow. Ow. There we go. Keep forgetting. It's not X. X is the punch. X is not counter. Y is counter. Y is the counter. Y is the counter. Y is the counter. It wasn't letting me hit Y to even do anything. Okay. How much money did I lose? 5,000. I'm guessing it auto-saves, so there's like no point to even reload. Lost my car. Really sad.
Careful!
Hey, you got any new vehicles for me? Nope. But I'll take this. I want to go fight some random people. I don't want to keep dying, but I also want to learn how to actually fight and not forget what buttons do. Oh, you're up there. Okay, I'm coming. Don't worry. We'll get there. This thing has enough torque to go up the stairs at like... Like, I don't even get momentum. I'm just able. Oh, yes. This thing just fits. This is good.
Hey, mister! You got a moment?
Yeah, hi. Don't look at me. Back up. Back up. Back up. Hi.
Yeah, sure. What's going on?
Do you think this shirt is too tight? That will teach you to be a pro.
What?
Run, Gibson, run!
You're gonna get. Go. You know, I don't really care. Honestly, I don't really care that much. Bye. I don't care. Bye. I'll just take 10,000. You took 500 from me. I'm not that worried. To be honest. Like, I'll take my money and run. Cancel mission. Yep. They took my van. It was literally right there.
Hey, mister! You
Yeah,
got a
sure.
moment?
What's going on?
Do you think this shirt is too tight?
No, it's okay. That was so... That was... No, that was great. Can move my head in the cutscene, so I said no. They have a car. No, but
我話你知啊，你實死硬啊！隻抽啦，咁撚多嘅！你老母點辦啊？
you're going off the roof. You know what? Nope. Not this time.
乜嘢啊？就跟開拖咯！
Please. Bye. We're fighting down here now. I'm getting too far from the thugs. Well, look what happened, game. I went down off the rail. I didn't even take the money back from them. I took it from that person. Gave it to them. They handed it over to them. That's clearly what happened. Not that, no, it was just an automatic wire transfer on their death. They just give the money back. Yeah. Hire taxi. Old. Nah, I'm good. Okay, let's go. Start driving.
Why do you do this? Why? Nice driving.
Nice driving.
Drive much?
They're not gonna move. Do they refuse when I'm on top like this? Just pile up cars for like eternity. If more cars come, oh yeah, they do.
Why do you do this? Why?
Bye.
I hate walking.
Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't driving while I was on top, so if you would have done that, I maybe wouldn't have took your car. Oh, I wanted that car. Gotta find another fast car. Oh, here we go. Here's the highway. Maybe I'll find something down here. What is going on? Why are their car alarms going off while they're driving? Give me this. This looks like a sports car of sorts. Maybe this will be faster. Jeez. Try to hold in a sneeze. Give me a fast car, please. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay. I think I want this one. Bye. Thanks for the car. Oh, the ground is slippery now. Okay. Any more side stuff? I do not see. There's police cop jobs, but where's my house? Like, actually, where is my house? Legend. Safe house is just... Okay, here it is. Going to the apartment, and I'm gonna check my clothing now that I actually looted some from one of those boxes. Ooh. Sorry. Sorry again, I'm not trying to hit people like that. I didn't get this already? Oh, I guess not. Well, I'll get it now. There we go.
That Jackie Ma is a real pest. He came by collecting money for Winston Chu yesterday.
Tran's nephew. He would never do such a thing. He's a sweet boy.
Why do you think everybody is a good person except for my boyfriend?
I don't have to answer that.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. Nothing. Nothing. What? I have these. Your face is too low to pull this off. Well, give me the watch then. I can't even see it anyway. Mr. Black, because you can pick your own color. Okay. Okay, well, I can't even wear that because I don't have enough face.
No, don't do this. Oh, please.
What are we even fighting about?
Nothing.
look at me, okay? I'm not worth it. Boga.
Automatically dropped it. There it is. Source code name Scoundrel. Report submitted by Detective Raymond Mack. Scoundrel reports that target Jackie Ma, no known names or aliases, is a low-level gang affiliate. Target knows several Water Street members, including Winston Chu from childhood, but it is not considered part of the gang. It is not included in confidential planning or operations, sometimes used as an errand boy. Target frequently attempts to claim gang affiliations higher than he actually has. Use as infiltration asset questionable. Given the target's vulnerability and background with our asset, access to him should be relatively simple. It's not clear, however, that the target can effect useful introductions on his own. Serious consideration should be given to use Scoundrel or another mid-level CI instead. Okay. Take the dragon again. I like this, man. My wheels are like partially in the ground. That's okay. Are they really though? Can't tell.
Hi, man.
I think this is this all-wheel drive or is this like front-wheel drive? I can't tell. It's all-wheel drive. The front is like, it's more balanced towards the front.
My man Wei! You done good. You restored order to the night market.
Well, you took a chance on me, Winston. I wanted to make sure it paid off.
You got the right attitude. It's gonna pay off for you. You'll see. You know anything about the minibus racket?
Same as everyone. If you want to drive a good route, pay the toll.
That's right. You know the pickup on Marlboro Drive? The most profitable route in the whole fucking city. From now on, it's yours.
Thanks. I appreciate it, Winston.
Dog Eyes will. Right now it's his route. But you know how to deal with it, huh?
It'll be my fucking pleasure.
I gotta take this. Take a few of the guys with you to back you up.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
What's going on?
We're going on offense. Taking over Marlboro Drive. One man per stop. Anybody gives you shit,
Fuck them up.
smack them around, no killing.
What, afraid of little blood?
Dog Eyes' son on Yi. We're taking the route, not declaring war.
Kicking ass is fine by me. I'll take this one.
Good job.
Yeah, kick his ass.
Who are you? Get out of here.
喂，我諗緊 how come we're going after Dog Eyes? Shouldn't we be fighting 18K?
Dog Guy came after us? This is payback. Plain and simple.
What if Dog Eyes complains to Big Smile Lee? What if he sends Mr. Tong after us?
Look, dude. Dog Eyes might work for Lee, but Winston answers direct to Uncle Tom. Nobody going to fuck with the chairman. Nobody.
Nobody's gonna mess with the chairman. Oh,
This is our stop
it's
now.
my turn now. Ouch. Get in there. Make some calls. Now you make some calls. Oh. Looked like they hit their own person. What's happening? You go run this shop for them. There you go. Make sure you'll stay. Make sure that you'll stay committed, so to speak.
Alright, you're good with your fist. I'll give you that.
Thanks.
Yeah, we have another guy with us a while back. He was good with his fist too. Came out of nowhere. Good story. Didn't talk much. You remind me of him. A lot. Turned out he was a cop. That's why he couldn't kill anyone, see? So now we know how to spot a rat.
You chuckle. You know that?
You know what they do to traitors, right? When Tong is done with them, he buries them alive. 6 feet under. Nobody coming for you.
Hey, fuck you, Conroy.
I still think about that poor fucker sometimes.
I'm not a rat. I'm on both your sides.
Let's go.
No, you stay here. I'll do it.
And by that I mean I'm on your side, don't worry.
Son of a bitch.
Wait, you better get them.
No, I didn't see anybody on that bus.
Hey, you want this route, you gotta pay for it.
Are you stoned? I already paid Dog Eyes.
Belongs to Winston now.
Winston? I don't know no Winston.
Pull over and I'll tell you about it.
You're wasting my time.
How about I break your legs and see how you drive then, huh?
I still drive better than you. I finished my road before you finish picking your nose. Winston must be recruiting dumbass peasants from across the border. Okay, I'm going.
Get out of here, I'm taking your passengers.
Okay.
啊，你估發生咩事啊嗱？
There's a slight problem with your bus, so we're doing a change. Don't worry, people. After a quick change of drivers, we're on our way.
我好忙㗎，你知唔知塞一塞我冇咗幾多錢啊？
Bus is so loud I need to use like the speaker system to
哇！你人做乜嘢啊？
Hang on.
We can't drive this way. Who the hell are these guys?
Mistaken identity, okay.
Oh. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Ooh, bye.
Let me off! I don't want to be a statistic!
Don't worry.
我有咩事啊嘛？冇嚇我啊！
Play pinball with their cars.
我揼撚死佢！
做咗咩？有啲咁嘅報應啊！
We have got the police.
Just relax. If I go too fast, is going too fast, the thing is.
the question, I guess.
The real bus driver never drives like this.
The real bus driver? Come on now, I am a real bus driver.
Buddy, don't kill us, please.
Don't worry, I would never do that. I'm real safe. Real safe. That's why I'm gonna drive on the opposite side of the road to drop you off.
Here we are, people.
This was probably the most exciting thing that happened all week. You're not driving the Sim Sang Shui route, are you?
Yeah. I didn't give him much cop level from that. But I get money. I heard what happened. I hope everything is good. My uncle trusts you now. You should call him. Okay? This is a good vehicle. Look, there we go. Quick fix. Not gonna. I was gonna say I'm not gonna try to hit people, but yeah, a little bit might be a little bit late for that. Look out, here I come, down the ramp. Oh, I already know what's gonna happen. Okay. Sorry, not anymore, I guess. Why is that? Okay. Why? I already know what happens with this. I don't know why it's even a marker. Like how do I even know? New case available. I'll just go do that. Let's go over the median with the bus. No problem there. No issues there. Jeez. Can I buy anything from you?
Hey, buddy.
Yes, I can. City cruiser, ideal for the crowded urban environment. I can't get this. I can get that. Can't get that.
I drive that any day.
Street driven, track tested. I need a base level 2.
Stolen cars aren't good enough for you all of a sudden?
Now I'm fine with stolen cars. I'm just not fine with buying something that I don't think will be fast. I gotta get something fast. If I can't get something fast, well, it's not gonna buy it. There. Like pushes me off to do that.
Just piss off.
I don't want to hire. I'll be taking this. No, you know, try to fight me. Bye. Getaway holidays. I already ran over the people that were here previously. So no fight to ensue.
What are you doing here? I'm sure you and Pendrew have a lot of top secret backdoor business to attend to.
Look, I'm sorry about how I acted in there. You know, just playing the part. I'm already out there on the streets. I hear things like this ketamine racket. I'll see what I can dig up. How's that for an olive branch?
You're serious? Just like that?
Look, I'll help where I can. What?
I'm just a little shocked. I'm just used to Pendrew's people being more like him.
I just think we'd be better off helping each other. Come on, what do you say?
I could really use the help if you're willing to give it.
Well, all right.
Yeah. It text me. Winston wants me to check up on you. Everything cool. Meet me at the market noodle shop. Okay.
It's Wen Shen Chang, not Win Shen Chang.
Where's my taxi? I already got that case. Where the heck is my taxi? They took my taxi too. They keep taking my tire irons, they keep taking my sick cars. Now they took my taxi. What the heck? What is this? Give me this. This is mine. Oh. Okay. I guess you are. This is my armor truck now. Popstar Lead 1. Meet up with Hank. Thought I was already... Well, I guess it's not an active... Like, it's a... introduction, but it's not the actual mission. So now I'm doing the actual mission. Here I come to meet up with you. I can get in there. Oh no, I can't. Never mind. I didn't know there was a door there. Here, you can have this truck if you want, random alley dweller.
How's your connect? You getting everything you need?
No, man. I haven't been back to Popstar since I left Dog Eyes. I'm not sure how he's gonna take it.
Want me to talk to him?
Yeah. I'm just about out. So grab my next shipment and make sure everything is cool.
Okay. I was gonna say, is this not someone I beat up? But it is. They just switch sides, question mark, even though I beat them up. Hey now. Gonna make me lose my armored truck too? Game? Better not despawn it. I'm going back. It's not despawned. Okay. They let me keep this. They let me keep this time. sure to be out of the way, because I'm backing up. I can't see because the camera forces... It goes one way. I can't even look where I'm going, I'm sorry. The game's camera doesn't let me control it when I'm going a direction that is different from the one I was before. There's no free camera with controller apparently. I'm not allowed. I'm so very sorry, but my rear view mirror doesn't work because the game says it doesn't.
You pop star?
Who's asking?
Look, I work for Winston. Dirty Ming's operating in our territory. I want to make sure he's supplied.
Sure, I'll fix him up. But
what?
I gotta get paid in advance. I'll make it easy for you. A couple of deadbeat junkies owe me money. Guys used to deal for me before they became their own best customer. Collect what they owe me, and I'll hook your man up.
Okay. Find the deadbeats. Oh, they're literally... They're right around the corner. Okay. That's fine. I'll go get them. I'll take care of them. Don't worry. I got this.
Who the hell are you?
A friend. Of pop stars. Here. Make a phone call to him. Tell him you'll give him the money. And we'll go about our ways. You know, we'll go our separate ways. Is this it? This person? What is happening? Is that the right person? Like, am I fighting the person that I'm... Are you the person to fight? What? They are. They're just not fighting. The heck? Okay. Sure. Question mark? I don't know if they were broken or like... Or if the game was, unless they were just like... They weren't gonna fight back.
He's okay. One of Winston's guys.
Yeah? Guess Sun On Yi will take on anyone these days.
You gonna fight me? Here you go.
Heng Shen, best shit in Hong Kong. You got my money?
Got your money.
Here's your package. Tell Ming to stick with girls over 14 this time. It's the cops. Stay cool.
Hey, you two! Come over here! Let's go!
The one got stuck. Oh, well. This is what happens when you fight with me. You get locked. What? Bye. I think this is the same car as theirs, so we're on even footing. But not really, because they like just rubber band. Because video game logic. Or maybe not. Maybe they don't. Oops. I did an accidente. Did they not chase me down here? Oh, there's not anywhere to go down here. So, yeah. Oh, I'm good. They got out of the car. Thank you, game. Let me in. Thank you. Oh, that counts? Okay. Counts as property damage. You're not who I'm looking for. Meet me at the market noodle shop. That's all it says. What am I supposed to do? There's no marker here that, like, tell me where to go. Oh, call Tang. Okay.
Inspector Tang?
What have you found?
Not enough to bust Pop Star. I also met a supplier, a guy named Fang Shen. Find out where he hangs out, and I'll see if I can get something on him.
I'll get back to you.
Bring the drugs to Ming. Okay. Got it. I'm just bringing the evidence to the station. The Sun On Yi are now my friends. The police don't know I'm a rat. They don't know. They don't know I'm a rat. Oh? I broke out the windshield. Okay. Okay, then. Okay, pal. Is my car... Oh. Am I not able to get in here? I'm not able to get in the car. I have to, like, go around. Nice. I gotta get, like, a bike and run into the doorway. I don't have a personal chauffeur for my car. What did I just do? I don't even think I got hit by that car. I just did that to do that. Theft. Gonna get me on theft for the mission. You're gonna try to take your van back, are you? I might have to lose more points. Stop. Innocent killed because they kept trying to run into me. Property damage. This camera, please. I just want to look forwards. Now can I get in? Did I slam it enough? I could probably just go around, but... Nope. I cannot. Okay, I'm going around. What have I done? Oh no, not more property damage. I'll find a way in. Now this is front wheel drive. Oh. Oh, I made them drop their ice cream. Coming through. Oh, sorry, I want this briefcase. Give me the money. Thanks.
has healing powers.
Please. Please say I can go through here. Got another vehicle stuck. The windshield was already like broken. There we go. Can I not go through these doors? Please. Is there anything collectible in here? No. They locked these doors. I have to go back around again. You take away my cars. You take away my cars sometimes, so please take away the car that I drove into the alley. Well, to the door anyway, the doorway, so I can get in there. Please. Please actually take away my car this time. I've been tapping A, but I can just press A. It's not like GTA. You can just hold A instead of tapping it to keep running. Nope, they didn't take it away. Oh, but I can go in. Ah. Where am I? I don't want to go up there. I didn't realize there's also that alleyway.
Got the stuff, right?
Don't worry, I got your stuff right here.
Now I can start making money again.
Yep. What? Complete. Case update. Made contact with the target, met Popstar's primary supplier. Okay. Met Popstar's primary supplier? I thought Popstar was Ming's primary supplier. Counter enemy attacks. Strike resistance. Player takes reduced damage from enemy unarmed. Oh wait, here we go. Use a Slim Jim to quickly break into cars without setting off the alarm or breaking the window. Way can disarm gun-wielding enemies without struggle. This one. Yes. Steal cars real quick. Popstars connect supplies at Lukfu Park. Do some surveillance. Okay. Will do. Thanks. Bye. This again, quick fix. I already know what happens, so I know what happens. That again. Except I do. I actually do know what happens there. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. So I'll do this first because I don't know what happens with this. Enter Lupu Park. Oh, hang out. Hack the security camera, but you'll have to give her to the thugs first. Fine. I don't care. I'll do it. Ow. Ow! I'm pressing Y! I'm pressing Y! And now that I don't... now that they're not hitting me, it works. Pick up weapon. And I couldn't. Police. Ow. I press Y after they hit me once and it doesn't work. So I guess I have to hit it exactly when they do it or it doesn't work. Okay, I pressed Y after the last hit. Okay, I pressed Y there and it worked. Give me this. Ow. I have health this time. Oh, they ran. There they go! On the bike. Jeez, they're gone. 9, 1, 1, 1. No duplicates allowed. 9, 1, 2, 3. Oh, so there's a 1 somewhere else. 1, 2, 3. 3 is not. 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5. 5 is wrong. 6 is wrong. 9, 8. 7. There we go. 1, 2, 4, 7. Got it. Use a surveillance feed in your apartment to bust the supplier. Go to your apartment. Oh, okay. I have like blood all over me from getting hit there. I need a car. I don't need, but I really want a car. Didn't set off the alarm. Uh-oh, they're calling the police. Property damage. Oh no. I'm really sorry. Except I'm not. Innocent killed! Who did I kill? I didn't even see it. Innocent died from unknown causes. I didn't do that. What is there? What is that on the ground? Okay. Just 5,000. Oh, it's Hong Kong dollars. It doesn't even like... Okay. Hong Kong dollars. Where did... there's just $50,000 sitting there.
Keep that low-life boyfriend away from our house if you want to live in the town.
What's happening with the radio? Central North Point. This is what I was looking for. Identify the supplier. It's saying this one? Wait, what? Ow. I didn't even see what happened. They're real good at supplying, because I didn't even see it. What? Why didn't they just run away? They don't even care?
Inspector Tang, this is Wei. Fang Shan is down. Popstar will have to reach out to another supplier. I'm thinking we bag them both at once.
I agree.
Now, if I'm gonna get close to him, I'm gonna need a good disguise. Can you have your people send something over?
All right. Keep me informed.
Got it.
Case update. Made contact with the target, met Popstar's primary supplier. Popstar supplier was arrested. Popstar supply was cut off. Okay. Yay.
Stop it. I don't want to hear.
SFPD. Psych evaluation. Wei Shen. They have mine. Psychological evaluation. Wei Shen. Subject referred for clinical evaluation per departmental procedure prior to extended deep cover assignment. Protocol. Subject met with Cynthia Dunn, SFPD, departmental psychologist for a series of controlled interviews and behavioral tests. Evaluation. Officer Shen is highly intelligent, self-aware, and generally generally balanced individual. What? Oh, well, there's no A, so it is and generally balanced individual. He exhibits a strong moral system and has a clear understanding of the risks involved in long-term undercover work. I am concerned, however, that the underlying social and cultural factors that may make him an effective undercover operative also expose him to psychological, emotional, and procedural risk. Officer Shen was relocated to the United States as an adolescent and has never had a strong father figure or male role model. Consequently, his sense of identity and self is more malleable than officers who spend their formative years rooted in a single cultural identity. This makes him highly adaptable and provides him with certain chameleon-like tendencies that will serve him well when infiltrating a tightly knit criminal organization. However, the lack of a strong cultural grounding or sense of home may be a problem over the course of a prolonged undercover operation. If the chameleon is left too long in a given environment, he may forget his original color. Controlling officers must be careful to ensure that Shen's first loyalty is the police department and that the chameleon doesn't change permanently. Though generally self-aware, Shen does not fully recognize the malleability of his sense of self. This makes the lack of cultural or familial anchors all the more dangerous, as he may not be aware of shifting loyalties or point of view until it is too late. Okay. No. I am very loyal. Come on now. I would do nothing wrong, don't worry. Give me the van. It's Class D, but it's also pretty sick for a Class D. Like, I don't know what makes this Class D, because this thing is fast, and it can push through things like that. Drug bust. Okay, those are drug busts. Police on foot. Cop job. Oh. Didn't realize there was a thing right there. Go do that mission. Look out! Sorry. Just trying to get to the mission.
speak English?
I like to think so. Not enough to get by anyways. You?
Yeah, Wait, what do you mean? Oh. Yeah, I speak English.
I kinda guessed. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for this place, Old Temple Academy. I thought it was around here. It's supposed to be a kung fu school, but I'm totally lost. I have no sense of direction.
Yeah, I think I know where it is. I mean, it's not too far. I can give you a ride. I mean, it'll be easier than explaining where it is.
Okay, yeah, that'd be really great. My name's Amanda, by the way. Or Amy. Either one is fine.
Oh, nice to meet you, Amy. I'm Wei.
What did they say? I don't even know what they just said. Pick up your motorcycle from the parking garage. Why do I have to use the motorcycle? Get in the van. This thing can ram through some stuff. No. Get in. I have to get the motorcycle. I have to get the motorcycle. I literally have to get the motorcycle. I can't have anything else.
You thinking of becoming Chinese?
No. I just finished college, and I'm doing a bit of travel. You know, figuring out what to do with my life, that sort of thing.
How's that going?
Well, I've only been traveling for a few weeks, so no real progress on the life front yet. But I'm checking out Hong Kong for a while. What about you? You got it all figured out?
I wouldn't say that. Yeah, I got a few family issues. So this is the Bam Bam Club.
Back home I saw a restaurant that looked a little bit like this.
Don't let the locals hear you say that. I wouldn't say that. You know, I got a few family issues I'm working on clearing up. Maybe once that's dealt with, I'll get on to figuring out life.
Oh yeah? You got any plans?
Well, the trick to Hong Kong is learning to live by ancient Chinese wisdom. Look both ways before crossing the street, always buckle your seatbelt, and only apply makeup at red lights. Don't text and drive, you know, that kind of thing.
Words to live by. Wow. This is a pretty cool place for a kung fu school.
Unfortunately, the school isn't in the temple. Well, not that temple, anyway.
Didn't they use this temple as a backdrop for, what was it, Fists of Carnage?
No, it was used in the Grandfathers of the Shaolin Fist.
It was used in that one movie about that one thing about something. Oh. There we go. I'll get eventually, don't worry, my driving will improve. And hopefully I will not end up throwing you off the bike. See? Real improved. I didn't hit anything, just a little bit of a scrape on that car. It's okay.
Isn't this school supposed to be in a temple?
Nope. Here it is.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I'd like to sign up for some kung fu classes. I read about your school in my guidebook.
Your guidebook.
Yeah, it said you teach a style with a long lineage, but in spite of all that, it's still considered very effective.
You want to take classes, okay. And you? Did you also read about this place in some book?
Well,
Wait. I know you.
Yes, Sifu Kwok. I used to be your student. I'm Wei Shen.
Ah, yes. The one who went to America. So you brought this girl back with you. Your skill level with girls, very good. Now time to assess your skill level in Kung Fu.
Yeah. Sure. It's not. It's not. I'm not. Oh, like that.
I see time in America has rusted your excuse.
Okay, there.
All men must lose sometimes, but not in American schools.
咁多機嚟做咩啊？嚟啊！
What? That was a good duck.
Apparently it's rusted your concentration.
Ow.
My understanding of the term goes better by the minute. I try to steer them in the right direction, especially the younger ones. But they all want to be Song On Yi. Now I just train them in the ways of my art. Try to teach them compassion and discretion, and pray for the best.
Sifu, I don't think there's much more you can do. Oh, Jade Rat. The Song Dynasty, right?
Very good.
The Song Dynasty? That's like 1,000 years old or something. That's real?
Part of a set of 12. One for each animal of the Chinese calendar.
Sifu, you used to have the whole set. What happened to the others?
Stolen by a former student, corrupted by the Triads.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Sifu.
So was I. This collection meant a lot to me. But sometimes you just have to let things go. I should close up. It was good to see you again, Wei. And your lovely fiancé.
What?
Okay, that was fun. What do you want to do now?
I need to get home, but I will definitely call you later.
Definitely call me later. What is happening? The what? Okay. Thank you. Parked a truck in disguise in front of the pop star's court. Stake out for his next move. Okay. Very good. The camera wasn't following me for a little bit there. That was great. I almost died from that. Okay. I want to do that again. Why did that happen? Like, I don't even know how I flipped over the bike. Like, it's not doing it anymore. I don't know if I can replicate what just happened. Yeah, no. Club Bam Bam. Going there first. Before I do anything else. Do the Club Bam Bam to have a nice fun time.
你條仆街妖仔！喂 get over here now.
What's going on, Winston?
It's Benny, manager of Club Bam Bam, old friend of mine. Now he's working for Dog Eyes. That Ham Garton is getting back at us for taking his minibus route.
Look, I'll go talk to Benny, make him see reason.
Yeah, wait, you go do that.
Okay. Go talk to Benny. And then Benny will give me the platinum chip, and then I'll go to Las Vegas, and I'll go activate the robots. That's unacceptable.
Are you gonna let me in?
What do you think you're doing?
I got a message from Dog Eyes. You want to tell him you sent me away?
Dog Eyes? Oh, sorry, of course. Come on in, sir.
I don't have any guns. Benny is in the VIP area. Make an example.
Hey, buddy. VIPs only.
What's going on in there?
This is one of the best karaoke rooms in the city. Nobody gets in without a hostess or the boss's approval.
I'm sure we can work something out.
Work something out with the hostess.
Okay.
Whoa, damn. Hey, what's your name?
I'm Tiffany. Nice to meet you.
I'm Wei. Wei Shen. You're a karaoke hostess, right? Can you get me into the VIP room?
Sure. Just come with me.
Okay.
You have a bit of an accent. Are you from around here?
Yeah, originally, but, I was in the States for a long time.
Oh, that's so cool. I always wanted to go.
So, what's Benny like?
Benny? You mean the manager?
Yeah.
Well, Benny's nice enough. He always makes sure you get paid on time.
That's good. So, who does he rely on for protection?
Let's go sing.
Let's go sing.
Come on. Sing me a song.
Okay. Let's sing karaoke. I fought the law. Is this the only one I can sing? It is.
Right. Oh, I see.
Here we go. I'm not used to the guitar solo. Here, I'll do the guitar solo. Darn you, rhythm game. Yay, I did 91.
Wow, you're actually really good.
Listen, I like it down here, but
I
back
read
home,
backwards.
I'm used to a little more. You'd be the person I talk to about that, right? Can I get a VIP room?
Yes, of course. It's much nicer up there. Go ahead to the lounge upstairs. I'll get the room set up.
Okay, go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. No, no, no. Oh, I go this. I go this way. Yes. Bye. I guess. Get up to the VIP area. Okay. Give me this first. It's just sitting on the counter.
Oh, hey. Who the fuck are you?
I'm looking for Benny.
Hey, Benny.
Yeah.
Some guy here wants to talk to you.
Hey, what can I do for you?
I have a message from an old friend, Winston Chu.
Winston? Well, this isn't such a good idea. I think you should leave.
He wants you to know that Dog Eyes isn't your problem anymore. If he gives you any trouble, you let Winston know, and I'll take care of it, personally.
You heard that, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Everybody, out of the club!
Oh, this music. Get up. Oh, bye. I just wanted to drop you. I didn't want to throw you that far. Ooh, you avoided it. I didn't expect you to avoid it. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. Oh, I didn't want to do that. There we go. That's what I wanted. Oh! I keep hitting the wrong button. Because Y is counter, not throw. I wish I could change buttons separately, but they're all tied to like three or four different actions. Sorry. One hit and I die. Not enough.
Benny, get the fuck out here!
It's not enough to regen my health. Ow. It's not enough to make me regen, and I keep losing it every time I get hit. Oh, I'm dead. Time to retry. Just keep pressing the counter button. Defeat Benny's backup downstairs. I'm jumping off. Heh. bounced off of it like a ping pong ball. I'm gonna die again. Yep, I'm gonna die again. Because I keep losing my regen. Yep, I'm dead. Time to retry. Please, let me grab the person in front of me. You're going off the edge. Bye. Gotta use that lock on. Because then I can actually hit people that are behind me. Ow, or not, because they're throwing a punch so it doesn't let me hit them. Oh, yep, they're throwing a punch, I can't kick them. Sorry, not allowed. Oh, and I'm dead. And again, from the top. Question is, are they gonna run out of songs because of how many times I'm dying? Oh, throw another punch after getting countered. Oh, and then they counter me. Oh, forgot. Why is not throw? Too bad, there's 3 binds on 1 bind. Try again. End it now. Why can't I just throw them off right now, please? Nope. Get off. No, nope, wrong button. 3 binds for 1. Three things bound to 1 button, rather. Sorry. Can't do that. Nope, can't throw them off right now. Because logic. Why would you be able to do that? Please. Oh, and I'm dead. Didn't even get 1 this time. Yep. Okay. What happened? just gonna keep grabbing, I don't care. Oh, wrong button. Sorry. It's all the same button. I'm literally not gonna stop doing this, so... Okay. Bye. Finally. Finally. Now it lets me do it. That's all I wanted to do this entire time. Is just throw him off the edge. Oh. One hit and I'm dead, I think. I'm just gonna stand still. Because if I do anything else, I'm gonna die. Do it so I can press the counter button. Yep, thank you. Force myself to counter. Because literally it's the most powerful move, is the counter. Any other move I could do? Nah, just forget it. Just counter and then hit. Because that's what's gonna beat the game. Trying to explore other moves? No, 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 no. You're not allowed to do that. Because if you do, you get hit, so... There's no point. Oh, okay, and then the counter just doesn't work when I spam Y. Thank you, game. Thank you, game. Now I know what to do. Off. Because... Ow. I just want it to stay constantly locked on. Why does it just break lock? I don't want to have to hold the button to lock on to somebody. I don't care if I'm gonna be, like, open to attacks from other sides. I just want to lock on that actually locks on and stays locked. Because it does lock on, but it won't stay locked. And I'm gonna die now because I'm trying to lock on. Yep. The most powerful move, counter, only counter. Don't do anything else, only counter. Why would I attack when I can just counter attack? Because I do want to do something else other than just, you know, counter attack, but... Wow. And I'm almost dead, and there's no way to regain the health, so... Time to jump off. I'm surprised it didn't die from the drop. Didn't even see to know what was going on. I gotta learn how to use the lock. Okay. Time to die again and retry. Wow. Beat up Benny's bouncers. Yep. Got it. Come with me. And can't throw him off the edge. Come on. And that was probably the most delayed counterattack I've seen so far. And yep, hit the counter button because I thought I was actually going to get hit, but I was not because they were too far away. Being allowed to change the control scheme so it's not confusing would be nice, but you know, 3 things to 1 button. Even with keyboard, even if I wanted to change things I couldn't, even with the keyboard. What's the point of playing the game on PC if you can't even change that besides the graphic settings? That's what you get to change. That's what you're allowed. But even then, I don't think this looks that much different on PC, if at all. Come on, I gotta counter your attack, so you have to come at me first. Because if I do anything else, I die, so let me just stand here and wait. Come on. Okay. Am I regaining health? Yep. There we go. Countered. Nope. Accidentally hit the wrong button. Sorry. Trying to remember what controls do what when they're all bound to three or four things. Sorry. Give me this. I don't care. I don't care. You gave me the weapon. And now it's broken. Somehow. From stabbing you. I stabbed you in the ribs and broke the blade in your body. Using the counter is just like playing the tutorial the entire time. That's what it feels like to me. If I'm just sitting here waiting to counter the attack, it just feels like playing the tutorial, which is not fun for me. Oh, it's this song again. They did run out of songs. They did run out of songs. Oh no. Come on. Yay, I got whatever this is. I don't even remember. My re-heal. My health. My med kit. I built up my med kit and now I can heal. Oh, here we go. Hey look, it's more enemies to press Y. Wow. Look at me, I'm a really good fighter. I didn't want to do that. There we go. Sorry, let me rebuild my medkit quick. Wait. I had to wait to rebuild the medkit. Oh, yep. Here we go. Make sure I got it. Oh. Sorry, hitting Y doesn't do it sometimes. You're only allowed if you're not already attacking. And I was hitting Y. At least I hit B, but I'm still getting hit anyway, so... Come on, gotta build up my med kit. Oh. I don't know what I'm allowed to attack, so... There. There. I think I got it. Wow.
Yeah. Relax, Benny. I'm not gonna kill you. Okay. Just listen.
Okay. What do you want?
Just what I said. Winston wants to be your friend.
And what about Dog Eyes?
Not your problem.
I hope you're right. For my sake. Can I go now?
Of course you can, Benny.
Oh. Performing a rising strike. Oh. Okay. How about just more damage on attacks? I want to have these evened out. Oh, melee training. Strike after tackling the enemy. I got 2 of these, so I can do 1 of each. Leg break. Follow up on strike on stunned opponents. Your charge knee stuns opponents. Oh wait, I just have this stuff. It's just telling me I know these things. Right, okay. Oh, 2 statues to return, so I'll get other things if I do that. I'm still at level 1 base. It's time, meet me at the arranged location in an hour. Okay.
You're late.
Conroy's still watching me. He's got a real hard on.
Is your cover compromised?
Well, you haven't fished me out of the harbor yet.
All right. How are you doing?
How am I doing? Fuck, Raymond, where do I start? There's a civil war brewing in the Sun on Yi. Winston and Dog Eyes escalated practically every day. Don't you read my fucking reports?
I mean you personally. How are you doing?
Look, Raymond, I gotta get back.
Your state of mind is important, Wei. It's important to me, it's important to how you do your job.
Fuck you! I do my job just fine!
Well, that's for me to decide!
You mean Pendrew?
Pendrew assigned me as your controller. And listen, Wei, Pendrew may not be concerned about you, but I am. I know you have a personal stake here, but this cannot be a vendetta. We're cops. There are rules.
You're a cop. I'm an undercover cop. The rules are different. And you're fucking concerned about me?
You are an officer of the law, Wei, same as me.
We are not the same. You understand? We done?
Yeah, we're done.
Oh, here we go. Oh, you didn't do the same thing as last time. Repeatedly press L to cycle through primary objectives. Okay. I can't put anything else on except for the workout clothes because I don't have any. I have level 1 face value, so I can't even get. I can't put on anything.
Sure. No shit. What do you want me to do about it? I'm a landlord.
I think after I return this jade statue, I might be done. For now at least. I don't know.
I used to own 7 cars in this lot. Now I work here. Never invest your money into Mencius. Trust me.
I like how this doesn't count towards like property value or anything.
I'm trying to learn Kung Fu.
I found one of your statues.
Ah, the dragon. Wonderful. I must confess, I was surprised to see you back. I had hoped that you might have escaped Hong Kong. Escaped its influences. Its problems.
We took them with us when we left. So coming back didn't change much.
Are you ready to confront them now?
Yes, I think so.
What would you like to learn?
Okay, so I didn't get these yet. How about this one?
Have you learned nothing? Have you forgotten everything?
Ouch.
Your left wing. Your other left wing. Someone please teach wing. Left from right.
Yeah, I think I'm done after this.
Somewhere your ancestors are crying. I see you worship the Wing Sun, god of weakness. Your mind and body must be as one. Stop by again if you find one of my statues.
I do have another statue. So teach me another thing, please. I have another one.
I'm trying to learn Kung Fu.
I found one of your statues.
The sheep. This is good. I promised myself I wouldn't train members of the Triads anymore. Not good for one's karma.
What makes you think I'm in the Triads?
Don't lie to me. If there are things you can't reveal, don't. But never lie.
How do we talk about the things I can't reveal?
We don't need to. I knew you well once. I don't believe people change that much.
I appreciate your faith.
Yeah.
What would you like to learn?
The bottom one. ABX. So, spam buttons. I got it.
Have you learned nothing?
Oh, I have to do AB. It's not part of it though. It's not saying. There we go.
Your left wing.
I just want to let go. There we go. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be doing that ever. I'm not ever gonna use that, I don't think. That is the, maybe the AB, but not the ABX. I don't think I'm gonna remember this at all.
Your ancestors are crying. I see you worship the sun, god of weakness. Your mind and body must be at one.
Please. I can't tackle when they're attacking, so yeah, I'm probably not gonna use this. Trying to use it in combat just seems like it won't really be that effective either anyway. Now I'm hitting AX instead of ABX. And I ran past them.
Have you learned nothing? Please stop by again if you find one of my steps.
Yeah, that's probably enough for now. That's probably enough. Oh, my brain. I have a headache. The last, like, the club thing was just... I was having fun until the club, for the most part. Yeah. 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 Not going the right direction to latch onto those on this side. I'm saving the game. No, I don't want to load. There. So now I have a manual save and the auto save. Oh. Quit the main menu. Yes. Oh. Ay. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna call it there. I'm not gonna try searching for another game to play at this point. I do have a game that I was thinking about playing though. Maybe for next time. But yeah. I was thinking maybe Monster Hunter World. Or what is it? What is it actually called? It's Monster Hunter, but I don't remember which one it is. Is it just Monster Hunter World? Yep, it is. Okay, never mind. It is just Monster Hunter World. But that is another game to try. I don't know what it is, but like the melee combat games, I don't know what it is. I don't seem to be enjoying them as much as I do literally any other shooter game. It could literally be like like a Unity asset flip game, and I think I wouldn't get as frustrated, I guess it would be, with the controls or anything. Because like it just feels not like I don't know why. It just doesn't feel responsive. And I kind of understand that, like, how do you make it more responsive? I guess it's just kind of like you're already in a move, so you're gonna get hit if you're throwing a punch while they're throwing their kick, but then it just feels like the blocks are sometimes not registering or not delaying, like the counters rather. I don't know. Like, I like the driving, the movement is okay, and it's kind of like reminiscent, sort of, like GTA 5, where it's kind of delayed if you're trying to walk in another direction and whatnot from standing still, so... Are not so much delayed, it's just kind of the animation playing, and you're not able to really go beyond that, but that's kind of not, like, that doesn't feel like it's really that big of an issue. Like, when in combat and stuff, it's not really impacting it, I feel like. It's not like Witcher 3 where it feels like it's significant. Like, it just feels like I don't even know what to do in that situation. Like, I'm stuck because I'm going the other direction and I can't turn around fast enough to attack whatever's around me. With this game, it's more like the combat, I might not be used to the combat, so I don't know if it really is the combat system or if I'm just not used to the game or like playing games like this. It could be the same thing with Witcher 3, because like, I'm not saying that they're bad games, it's just I guess I just don't really enjoy like the melee combat games that much, or not as much as like just shooters, just straight up shooters. But even then, when I've played shooters that do have melee, like, if the melee feels fine. Like, I don't know. It might just be the third person, like, perspective, because anything first person that I've played was okay, I guess. Warframe, though. See, like, I always go back to this. I always go back to, Warframe, you know, Warframe. But, like, Warframe is probably the most responsive game that I know of. Like, nothing feels like you're locked in place, and there's not really anything you can do about it. Besides getting knocked down, or, like, you get grabbed by something. But even then, when you get grabbed by something, it's not like you're locked in place. You just get pulled towards that direction. It's not like you can't do anything. And that's kind of the thing. Maybe that's just why. It's a different style. It's a different style of game. Because, like, Warframe is a third-person, like, shooter, and does have melee, and it's a combination of both of those things. And the way that they do it, it just... Like, it is simplified. I will say it is simplified compared to these games. Like, it doesn't have as many, like, there's not combinations, really. It's just kind of, you hit E, hold E, and you do have heavy attacks, but it's not like, you know, not like this. You know, you have multiple buttons that you're pressing at once, and there is shooting in this game. I do know there is shooting in this game. I haven't felt it yet, so I don't know how it is, but it looks okay. But yeah, anyway. Before I like ramble on for, I don't know, like half an hour about, hey, this thing and this thing and that thing. Like I don't know. What is this? Monster? Oh, it's a trial version. Okay, that's why. I was about to say Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin, but it's the trial version, so I was about to say I didn't know I had another Monster Hunter game. But yeah, I don't know. I might return to this or I might do Monster Hunter. I was interested in seeing what Monster Hunter was like, but it might just be more frustrating, honestly. I don't know yet. But I mean, if it doesn't feel like there's delays in combat or like times when I press a button and it just, if it's not gonna register like that's just it's painful. It's hard for my brain to comprehend the delay, I guess. I don't know. I just don't enjoy it. But yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Not like story-wise though, game like I think is interesting, so that yeah, it's fine. But all right. I'll 4 hours, 14 minutes, 2 seconds. There you go.